This first set of cases takes place in Japan at the start of a new era of actually using laws and evidence and stuff in court. And then we go to Great Britain for the second set. If you want to see the epic great first case, just go back to last week after my Overwatch games. It's on Monday. This will always be Mondays. Yes, we know it supports autosave. A Japanese courtroom. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Sholmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner, but he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing kind of words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she refers. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
That was the opening. January 9th. Ah. I couldn't read it.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset.
Not only are photographs rare, but he could take a photograph from his glasses.
A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
Evidence gun? Really?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Sholmes.
Who are you? And what do you think you're doing here?
How dare you try to solve a crime?
For maritime police come. We must wait. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
Alright, Sholmes.
Don't be absurd. This is murder. And it can be locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from? I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, my head is throbbing. Here we go. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's tremble in the air. Ryunosuke. Wait, I can't move. Shackles. What the? Why am I in handcuffs? So we wake up now. I'm going to drag you out of that wardrobe. I don't believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded... They're accusing him again of murder? Again? You? Ah, you found me then. Ah, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, huh? Sorry. Now that you have been found, it's time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Where am I? Is that? Why did you do it, Susato? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Nah, you pretend not to know. You're a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. Killer of who? Fuck. Where the fuck are we? What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered long ago. No! Snake died? Our snake friend. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead, but he was supposed to travel to Great Britain and learn. But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you didn't think I have to know. Why you take Kazuma-san's life? Answer me, please! You know how bad the evidence is? Like I said, it was so, like, they don't, in the West, they do autopsies on bodies to find out what happened. Here, an officer looks at the body, oh, he was probably shot to death. And that was the cause of death. That is literally how crimes are solved in Japan at this era. This is why they are just literally getting a criminal justice system. That's how bad the fucking criminal justice system is. No. Is there any evidence to prove he did anything to them? No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. You have to prove his innocence. Yep, with his solid snake headband. His infinite Hamel bandana. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else can you come to England with me to study? There's really something else when they brought your luggage here earlier, though. The way the Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. Thought I was gonna die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. Fucking Japanese men. I didn't really think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. About 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. But I did get the feeling those Russians won't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Our faithful magician is Mikotaba? That's her? You mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? Don't believe she gave me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that will make her guilty by association. That's true. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time for the steward to come in and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd be better get in there, I think. Won't be long now. And anyways, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Wait a minute, stop worrying. Tell you what, why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it on the wardrobe drawers once you inside. I don't know. That's how this adventure began. I mean, I see only for 15 days. How can this have happened? His best friend is dead. We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next boat. Stay quiet until then. Don't make any more trouble for yourself. Stop murdering people. AKA murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you'll admit everything else about your crimes. No, I didn't. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I was his stowaway on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. There's something I would like to ask of you, too. Ah, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare here is just getting worse by the minute. Suppose I can try to find out what really happened. About the incident. Tell me what actually happened in this cabin. I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably it's something you would know the answer to better than everyone. Again, she just assumes I'm guilty. You were in the room. That's it. You're guilty. Please. Whatever you say, you were in the cabin here after all. Well, yes, I was, but he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean that he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at this cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. And I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open. That's when we managed to get inside. Solid snake headband. A spilled thing of ink. There was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep on the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe with me too, trust me. Kazuma's death, he really has been killed, isn't he? This isn't a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via the porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. So they claim. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been somebody inside the cabin. This cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible! How did he die then? What happened exactly? You're still going to deny the charge, despite every circumstance? He was almost found guilty from a crime he didn't commit. You really think he would just go around and kill someone else, especially his best friend, who helped him prove his innocence? I don't want you as an assistant. You're fired. Please, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. You don't know how he died? The doctor in the ship is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. That's the Japanese way. Look, he looks like he was shot. Cause of death. But I don't suppose we shall learn any more until an expert has been consulted for our next protocol. Presumably that means there was no obvious signs of external injury then? That's true, yes. Now I've told you everything I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy, it's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway, last night. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh yes, yeah, I'm afraid that's true. 2 weeks since I left Japan now, I've been shut in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabin behind no? Who do you think brought him in, you dumb bitch? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wants to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? Afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. You boys are weird. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? This idea has been on my mind ever since the end of the incredible trial. I think I told you that, didn't I? You gotta become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that. But I didn't think you were serious. You have the talent for it. I can assume you of that. But I never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is the spearhead of cultural development. Center of the world in many ways. Can't be any harm seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no. Definitely not. But on a personal level. If you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. For record, proof I'm a student from the Imperial Humane University. Wearing my jacket and collar uniform. Paper seal. Kazuma was taken out over doors. The wardrobe said keep out in Japanese. I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read it. Kazuma, also age 23, certified lawyer and best friend. So now he was London to study for tour when he was taken from this world. Susato Mikotaba, 16. Jennifer Sitton was traveling with the Kazuma to London to study tour. She is an epitome of a refined Japanese lady. Kazuma-sama is. He was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. The non-existent one that just barely came into existence. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. Look in his eyes, then. It's darker than I've ever seen it before. Suzato-san, my head hurts. Sorry I kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-san, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Perfect word, in fact. Word perfect. Last night. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat like he always did. And I got myself in that wardrobe, just like I always did. And after that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-san was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really. I do, but it's the truth. Are you sure you weren't drugged? Well, I'm waking up there, and perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? No, please forget it. Suzato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could have possibly had done this. Oh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. And how are you going to stop me, honestly? This olden days, I could probably just push you on the floor. Like, oh, damn, I tried. I'm sorry, but Kazuma-san was killed right here under my nose. And I didn't do a thing to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit here around and with my hands tied while everyone, whoever does this, walked away free? Hell no. No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm saving my good voices for the court, if there is one. I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they took it. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to excuse me. Yeah. Huh? What the fuck happened? What the? That was a Susato takedown. Oh, Susato what? I'm not sure how form's that. I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. Typically, well, at least in American court, it's innocent till presumed, you know, to proven guilty. Well, that's how sad the Japanese culture is, then. But how am I supposed to? Let me wash my hands and refill my water. That's my lunch and dinner. Alright. But how am I supposed to? Have you forgotten already what you just achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Ah, I see. She expected me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get the Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her evidence right before that it proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. My pen. Keep out. This is a paper seal I wrote for the wardrobe. I remember working really hard to make it. Never forget how Kazuma reacted. Do you expect the Russian crew to read that? He said. Still, sure people get the idea even if they couldn't read it, so we used it anyways. And it worked. I don't know if the crew thought it was creepy or what, but they never opened the doors. You can see the remnants of the glue we used to stick this on the wardrobe doors. Though it was proper glue, of course, we didn't have any of that with us. So I pulverized some rice into a paste to use instead. Now that's creative. But to a soy like me, every single grain of rice represents precious rations. I spread it out as thinly as possible as I could. I couldn't bear to waste any. Symbol Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, most symbols are either round or rectangular in the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Though it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. Sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Ah, serial numbers. Personal student number is engraved in the back here. If you lose the pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student of the university. You may not come in, they say. Really? Ooh. How you doing, Hope? Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. 000901 it looks like. Well, I say to myself, I must not forget to write it down somewhere. Then I forget not to forget that. (000-901). Present some evidence.
Yes!
Tell me, what was discovered in the wardrobe before? Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. Perfectly right over the center, right? Remember so clearly. Thought so. Cosmo was always putting it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case a cabin steward or some crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from that wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I was truly the culprit, then I couldn't have climbed back inside a wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors of my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's possible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, trying to basically look up her skirt in this angle, I can see why Kazuma-san thought so highly of you. Thank you, Suzato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? After you caused this to happen? Well, in light of the new evidence, I don't see why I shouldn't stop you from investigating here at least. Thank you. Do you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? Nani? Nani? I'm not sure yet. I still can't rule the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. A conjuring trick, really? That's how medieval this fucking Japan is? I think... Well, I hired us a couple of rickshaws to take us somewhere. Rickshaws? How long ago was that before cars? What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate though as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's go. Let's get to work, Suzato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh? I shall be watching you to make sure you're nothing but disturb the crime scene. That might disturb the crime scene. Why don't you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example? And which conjuring trick have you seen me ever use? Well, anyway, I should make a start investigating in here. Everything that can be. So, if you're here, Damien, what do you want to start from? Start from the left or start from the right? Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death. Ah, the old classic Phoenix Wright icons. They're different, but they're the same icons. So there's nothing new we could talk. I'm in handcuffs and under house arrest by the crew. Not to mention Zazu-san's constant glares. Yeah, I can't move anywhere. I think it's fair to say I'm stuck in this cabinet, for now at least. So I'm investigating here to see what I find out. Hey, there's a jackass still in here. Oh yeah, I forgot to post that today too. Alright. Well, since there's more there, so let's start here. Where is this ugly thing? Seigi. The Japanese word for justice. Brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Calligraphy. Yet you, can you really look at these characters without shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Do you not have any shame in just blaming your only freaking friend left in the world? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stole away on a ship, and you're gonna bring that up. Now you're gonna bring that up. I can't win. Oh dear, that won't do. Well, what's the matter, Sato-san? Whenever I was examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. I can stop exercising. Well? Yes, that's not good. I suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? Yep, there's more things. Through. No. Be sure to look around with left and right on the D-pad, aren't you? Now let's investigate all the corners of this cabin. Hope! Stop! Stop! Do not scratch the couch. Stop freaking scratching my goddamn leather couch. Suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Hint, hint, something is bigger in that way. Stop scratching the couch. Now you're in timeout with me. Yep, you're in timeout with me now. No. I told you not to scratch the couch. And yet you still do. So you're in timeout with me. Tablecloth. There's nothing on this table at all. Plain and colored all over the floor, so some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What was it? That's funny, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. He was drugged. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-san? No, 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 you dumb bitch. Stop trying to put the blame on me. Stuff on the floor. It's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was really delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. Ate it on the table, of course. And that sad, sad glare, like, how are you such an animal? Which begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? Alright, go play. Go play. But Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? Say he didn't like it at all. Oh, that's right. He didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean poor Kazuma spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I'm suddenly have the guilty conscience and an achy stomach. What about this fucking katana? I also to see what this Russian kume makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. Da. Nani. What? Just wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandma told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But this is not true, I see. Sorry? Stop scratching the couch. The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Give me some vodka. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So last night... There's nothing out of the order? Yet. Of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and remain silent. I say no more to you. Now about vodka. Stop. Did I hit a nerve? Stop at the couch. Just for a minute there, you seem a little flustered. We need some evidence. What about this katana? That's that Cosmo's... yes, that's right. His precious sword. You never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always going on about the Japanese man's katana as his soul. Stop scratching the couch. Stop. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on his ship. On his trip. Suppose this shows how vital, how important it was for him. Stop. Through. Now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. When I went to get help, the crewman forced the door open. Bowl had been firmly closed. Stop with the couch. That. It's quite small bolt and not particularly sturdy. He just slides across to secure this door shut. But still, with this door bolted, there'll be no way to get in or out of the cabin. That's for sure. Stop. Stop. Still wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I tense up all the way down, up and down my spine. Stop. 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 Go play somewhere else, not on my couch. And no nails. I remember reading once a detective novel. Helper used a needle and thread to draw the bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? It's an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door to this cabin is a frame that's made of metal. And it's sealed together perfectly. Be no possibility of using a needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles going up and down my spine. No scratching. Warning. These are rules of passage aboard travel of the SS Bruya. It is essential to list the requirements of all from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Stop. 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 I will get you to behave. Stop. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. You more of a dangerous object or a pet? If I was an unruly person from back in the day, I would punch you in the face for that. I cannot decide. One thing's for sure, either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they're all toppled in the same way. What is this, a statue of a god of the sea? Though he's fallen over as well. Yes, the whole shelf has been ransacked. Everything mowed down at once. I wonder if... Perhaps Kazuma-san doing this morning sword training, do you think? But all the rows? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps... it was you, Naruto Hodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't bother leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like seeing a mess. Well, provided for the entertainment of whoever's occupying the cabin, I suppose. You must be very well looked after. You mustn't damage any of the ship's property. It wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are a mess. You just tampered with evidence right here, probably. What's this? What do you think this is? This looks like a broken piece of glassware. The thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. Glass is such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little neck suke fastener from a kimono outfit. Not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket in and around with him like that, would he? And the mark inside it, what is it, I wonder? Sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of a brick, isn't it? You know, I don't see anything of that same color anywhere else in the cabin. It's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carried a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board in that case. Ah, yes, it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight would have been... I should have realized the foreign crew would not be able to read. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Romantic, huh? Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. What about the ink right there, spilled on the floor? Didn't Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it was written in ink. Must have knocked the ink out from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. I suppose he wrote a message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-san, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It was unbearable to imagine. Suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments? Was he? Sorry, partner, if I can't read your writing. Yeah, because it's Russian. I don't think it's Japanese, no Hodo-san. Nani? Then what language is it? Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with, so what does it mean, I wonder? Let's get thoroughly, but can't find anything out of place. That's where dear Cosmo-san would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosmo, he didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though his last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It'll be a valuable clue. Yeah! That's out of the question. What the fuck is wrong with you? Again, she deserves a punch in the fucking face. What? Nani? Cosmo may have departed this world, but you'll not read his private thoughts. What? But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-san. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. In this case, isn't the need for the clue more important? Yes, the clue is a lot more important, but I get tackled again. An important clue we can't read. So, ma'am, that's assault. You're gonna go to jail for that? Same way, like I said, equality. Are women the weaker sex, or are you equal sex? Same reason the men should not be hitting women. Women should also not be hitting men, right? This isn't a sparring contest in here. I know what I was saying earlier too, but there's more shit here. We're just working our way left. It's been 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time in the Royal Sun? I think living is not quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Though it must have been rather exciting making this voyage on your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. Trouble was, yeah. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. And because of that, you have no idea what happened out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? Read about it in a book when I was studying about that talk about the life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes, in the interest of all cultural research, obviously. That was a weak bell. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. That's all. A vent. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. Hole through which fresh air can circulate through the cabin. It's a little odd. What do you mean? Well, if this is a ventilator, then if that's what this is, looks like it must be connected to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. If its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, it surely be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. Who's that? It was there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be a European. Oh, how did he... You noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here. But he looks suspicious and tall, and suspiciously tall. Oro-san, don't tell me... You do not know who that is. Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances after all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very, very unusual about him. Investigating Cosmo's desk, or is he just preying on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, simply have to talk to him. I'm just imagining where Shazao-san look almost uncontrollably excited. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, press X on people when they're across hairs that you can converse with them. Alright, then I'll get that suspicious tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Why don't you fucking tackle him, man? Wow, that was half an hour there. Sir, I'm gonna speak to your ass. I guess that's the communications. Anything else we have to check? Nothing on the bed? Wardrobe? Excuse me? Excuse me, you have a moment? Shh, this is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that will be for the best. Hit him on the head with something. Then he will converse. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. Yeah. Oh, you should do a voice for him, he's special. What exactly are you doing here at Cosmo's desk just now? Oh, I see. Fascinating. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Ah, yes. Everything is clear now. Oh, sure. Oh, yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan recently, and just returned, if I'm not mistaken. No, you dumb shit. Sorry? What? Nani? And now, whilst venturing in foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh? Well, at least that's true. But how? How did I deduce that I know? Perhaps. It's really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Well, your deduction is wrong. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, great many things. Still mystery, my dear madam. For example, have you fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary? You just said we're in Afghanistan, now Russian. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake. Now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Huh? And when the Reban and the occupant of this very room discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe I summarized all the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in his cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assailant with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did Kazuma-san. Am I rushing to you, fucking dumb bitch? What? Nani? And are you plotting a revolution too? Shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way yeah. Again, she deserves to be punched in the face now 3 times. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. Like, honestly, if you don't curb behavior like that, it's gonna keep on fucking happening. Like the fucking bitch with the whip. It's ridiculous. Are you high, girl? How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. You are too fucking simple-minded. And as for you, you dumb asshole. What kind of deduction is that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward the foreign climates, you did find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it, you see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. More of a plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. Method was founded upon an observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. More often than not, I'm right. Ha! I don't think you'd introduce yourself. Ah, my apologies, how remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of all the century, known to men and women around over the world. The indomitable Sherlock Holmes. Why can't you post it? Sir? Sir, you have a few typos in your name. So, this really is you, the actual Sherlock Holmes. Very same. The indomitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. Do you know this man, Suzato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san, of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Well, so far he's a sham. What planet have I been living on then? Let's ask him what he's deduced. He's already declared me guilty, you dumb bitch, so why would he ask him that? He should have worked the entire case out already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel so uneasy about this? Nothing else we need to show? To deduce, so we have to talk to this fucker. We don't really have anything here at all. Sherlock Holmes, 34. Not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective. Apparently a person except me, apparently. Great detective my ass. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry. What was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Sherlock? Was it? No, no, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please, call me Sholmes. Read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rance magazine, full of wonderful stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. Never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah yes, here it is, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist of this series of short stories then? Indeed I am. Indeed I am. And you have read so many of your own stories, you started to think you are a detective. Make no mistake. I am not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your influence is backward. Your inference is backwards. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. And presently kept a shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to this publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, at this very moment I returned from Asia, having solved the mystery of the cursed royal crown. Really, I can't work out whether I should take this math seriously or not. I say no. Deduction, you say, is like a science to me. Logical reasoning in its purest forms. Science? Really? An astute observer notices that even the most subtle of reactions of his subjects. Furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, slight inclination of a posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows of skin, all these things are data. Right. And a trained logician can make seduction of this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. I can look at me in the eye and claim that. So you see, I have turned both observation for deduction and feign. What makes my one and only true Sherlock Sholmes. She's purring at the dog outside. Cosmo's deaf. Have you managed to do anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who are you supposed to discover the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Cosmo-san this morning, summoned all the crew members to force his cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry into the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Sherlock Sholmes was on board. The handcuffs seemed to be excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? It's hard to get a beat on him to make a voice for him. Mr. Sholmes, please tell us. What two facts are apparent to you when you came into his cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first let us be precise. The two facts were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. What the fuck? Come on. But what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts are deduced with this mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime are as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit us keeping the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian, killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. He has never seen a Japanese person before. You do realize the crew is Russian, and we're not Russian, right? Hold on, Mr. Schultz. You think the victim was a Russian? Serve the dying message for the victim on the floor. Tapos is a Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think that Kazuma-san could have left the dying message in Russian? Final moments, many of their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderob might be the name of the killer. Certain Robert Gray, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be not wrong to look inside the wardrobe at least. That's where you found Mr. Rudel sleeping soundly? Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it I'm Russian too? Like I say, he's never seen a Japanese person before. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. Memory serves us, the outfit is the traditional dress of Russian people. School uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no idea. God, you're so stupid. I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Took a photograph of the victim and the message, and I analyzed it for hidden details. Yeah, Russian. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, thank you. Photograph of the crime scene has been added to the court record. The Russian word for wardrobe in purple ink appeared to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russian before, didn't you? You know when you say I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing of Russia after all. Ah yes, the training of reasoning led me to that truth. My train of reasoning. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? Oh, well, gibberish. Squiggly gibberish. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you conclude about me, I mean. So he wants to get all the information before he says, you're a fucking dumbass and you're wrong. Ah, the most famous, accurate, troubling predicament that you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah yes, there's more sordid details. It's a fairly commonplace deduction. Commonplace deduction? Here we have the morning's papers. Their main headline reads: Revolutionary vein bulk flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port of call in Shanghai yesterday. Last night a young Russian was murdered. Since one was Kazuma a Russian, he still has not fixed him yet. Sounds like Mr. Holmes had concluded he was Russian because of Kazuma-san wrote on the floor. It was a simple reactive reasoning. Realized that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. You know he does not look anything like him. One who would kill every man and who would help him to escape when the true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Vidin Borshevsk. No, no, no. How could that possibly be me? Don't look anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary, Arturo. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And might I add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? That's because I'm a stowaway, you dumbass. The other details. 16 victims, assassination, and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed out all the particulars in the article. The deeds of this man were perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevsky was indeed included. There can be no mistake. Do we should agree on interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? The part where you said I'm just returning from Afghanistan. Quite clearly stated here in the article. Flores has recently returned from after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is that, anyways? This Afghanistan place. Here, take a paper for yourself. A little memento of the Great Deduction. Oh, thank you. So, I've absorbed all the info that was interesting me in these pages. But I see no rubbish bin nearby. Article Revolutionary has been entered in the court record. Article front page of a Russian newspaper that reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia from Shanghai. And may you find the article on the back page interesting as well. I'm afraid I cannot read a word of Russian. Nope, me neither. Only what it says. Pair you floundering in sorry sight. Allow me to offer some assistance. Article on the front page of the newspaper is concerned with the fearsome Russian revolutionary. Reads, revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, he told us that before. Reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. Well, he's presumably the newspaper photo was alright, wasn't he? Solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he should only shave it off. If he despises his beard to that degree, he only needs to shave it off. You only need to shave it off. No, I'm quite possibly sure that's the problem, Mr. Sholmes. That bitch looks familiar. Oh, this is interesting. Found something relevant. The rule of son. Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Can't read a single word of it, friend. No, can I? Look at this picture. It's about this beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? It's very pretty. I suppose you enjoy articles like this, don't you? I don't know. I can't make sense of it. I'm glad you noticed this article. Let me give you the short summary of the contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, and it's Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of Norvik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Very Russian name, so hard to remember. It appeared a woman was accosted when she was found and being missing in her dressing room. Wearing a diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no clue, but I'm not quite sure. Must say it's an unbelievable sum of money. Sugo-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara is the property of Norwich Ballet. The senior director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. Request international assistance on all ports and sailings to Great Britain. It's been a Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be a Russian thing to do. Now you're gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Article about ballerina has been entered the court record. Back page of Russian paper, headlines, renowned prima ballerina, Norwich Ballet disappears in Shanghai. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if interest stakes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. All written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose I could just a glance at the article. Maybe it might be a picture or two. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Notice anything useful, anything at all? Observe for a moment the desk of the victim. You see that the victim was engaging in penning of some text. London Diary, Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. London Diary, Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It will upset people. It will upset this bitch. Tragic. Something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. I see. Well, you're about to know what the Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Sorry, Naruto-san, what on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair, like, you read the private fucking diary and you don't give a shit. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonged to the victim. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as the author was cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise to the details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha. Diary is littered with complicated looking characters, of which I can precisely read none. Ha 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 ha. What was all that showing off about before then? He's so kind to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Much obliged, my dear madam. Final entry in Kazuma-san's diary consists of 2 short sentences. First reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. I can hear a whistling sound? Oh, these are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speck band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. Speckled band, I wonder what does that mean? I have no idea. Never seen that, heard that expression before. And the ventilator girdle, you say. Man was presumably referring to that. To the lattice on the wall, which connects the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been added to court. Diary keeping the trip to London, according to the last entry, is made before his death. He spied what looked like a speckled band. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. Matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose? You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which is the ventilator connects to? The great detective is our curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So, yes, I shall investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. You think perhaps they could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. Nani? What? But why? Simple glance of your wrist will reveal the answer. Oh, those. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in turning it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. ... You must be joking. You just said that a moment ago. Dear me, you're misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, you did hear you say that too. You quite sure? Well, that's strange. Very strange. Wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal. No, really, not. Not really. You just said you called him a Russian revolutionary. So what? You were looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then. This is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you were the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ha 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 ha. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruto-san, what are you standing there for? Huh? Let's go investigate the cabin next door as well. Are you forgetting something? What about these? Yeah! Cosmos spends dying moments to struggle or leave a clue you're willing to give up? Just gonna roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. That's 4 now. I think we have some personal investigation to finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining his cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. So this shit doesn't look good for me, but these are still the things I could do to help myself. I want the Cosmoton to do everything I can to find a way out of this. Bring the real culprit to justice. Is that something wrong, Naruto-san? Oh no, it's just that the crewman standing at that door. I'm feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir? Yes, what can I do for you? Ah, it's you. It's him. I recognize that face, but it can't be. I am him. It is. You know you were here, Inspector Hasanaga. And just wipe it on your white uniform. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think it should be my line. I was stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. See some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never even expected to see this man on board. Perhaps this can present to help me out of this hopeless situation. Special orders, permission to investigate. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yeah, so why are you dressed like a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? For Nani? My orders were to act as Asagi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jokigu who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. He entrusted me with ensuring that Asagi-san's reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? Assassinated? How could that even be possible? Not sure. But these are complicated times before the tensions between the world's greatest powers. Mr. Jikoga said we should have been prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? You're not anyone of importance, so why would you be assassinated? Honestly, we could not give Asagi-san a visible security escort? Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. First class? I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asagi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector, is anything at all I can help you? Now, just say the word. Mission to investigate. Doing what we can to investigate Kazuma-san's death ourselves. Oh, I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not! We'd like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. Nani? What? What's up, Up? You've been deemed a risk in the ship's safety. You moved to even a touch of the cabin door. Stormy looking seaman there will surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible? Give me something to work with, do you think? I need something persuasive. Hope. Hope. What do you mean? I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. Everything you can to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I laid my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. Hope. There may be a way. Nani? What? Really? Nika, you're trying to persuade me of your innocence, Oroto-san? Sending you a piece of evidence. Stop. Already in your possession. Evidence. It's the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Osana can use. And so will give us a reason to investigate the next door cabinet. Alright, yes, I think I might know something we can use. So I can present the detective with the evidence he used to persuade the captain. All we have is diary, right? There's not really more we can investigate. What's that? Nani's that? Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma said he wrote something strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? Here, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girdle. Speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. This ventilator. Is it? The ventilator, is it? Very astute, Inspector. We're clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so we could investigate there. We might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. Can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Gotta give me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see? I'll entrust investigation to you. Really? Will you do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove the handcuffs, though. What about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Man of my word. Promise you that I will lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I'll be able to keep Asagi-san safe. That's the least I could do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Oroto-san. It's like move, we can leave this cabin at last. Move, right? Let's see what we can find. Alright, let me get some food drink. Not sure, but we'll step in. Gotta charge my watch, so hope has the user box. Kazuma's quarters. Cabin in SS Barrier and scene of the crime. Kazuma's occupying this cabin with a great bit along with me. As a stowaway. First and foremost, we must get out of the cabin. The passageway connects the cabins for the first class. January 9th, 7:48 AM. SS Booyah. First class cabins. Passageway. Whew, finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I expected. Not spacious I thought it would be, and all the most luxurious accommodations. All this is the most luxurious combination. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-san was being sent to study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. What the fuck is that? Mousetrap on the floor? Even still, this is twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. But it's only by herself, though. Hey, look over there. It's another crewman keeping watch. It looks enormous, even if he's just sitting down. There are leads to a second-class accommodation. Suppose he's making sure that no one comes here. Who shouldn't? Suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Oroto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. True. Well, I thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've already been at sea for 2 weeks. Well, yes, I know. But the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came on board. Ever since then, I've been shut inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please do not give me that pitying look. Yeah, instead of the sass look, it's a pitying look. Hope. Let's start with this side first. This giant mouse trap. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yeah, they play those back home in Japan. But I seem to be using this lump of chalk or or something is bait. Let me see. I think this is what they call cheese. It's made of milk of cows. Cheese? They don't know cheese? I wonder what it tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... yeah! I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try to eat it, were you? I felt like it. All I've had to eat over the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. For you, I'll find you a little snack for a little later. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-san's. What the fuck is this? I didn't even see that he's in that image. God, this PlayStation app is so fucking shitty. After they combine this shit, it no longer... hello? I don't care about the fucking deals. See, and all the fucking parties and stuff I had did not fucking show. And of course everything there disappears. Let me check this thing what's happening in Discord right now. Alright, some bot just started pinging a bunch of people for some reason. Alright, just some random bot is just pinging everyone for some strange reason. It's not our cabin, it's Cosmo's cabin. Sorry. Your combination is confined to wardrobe inside a cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin is CRH and is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? What do you think this is? Very pleasant shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. Probably not best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. Looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. A complete stop, you say? Oh, I'll have to see. What are you doing? You must touch it. It's an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. Bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason. You'd be in a worse situation. I wish everyone would just stop. You want something to do? You want to do something foolish? At least make it so that it doesn't affect everyone else. This is it. That's the cabin next to ours, the one with the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-san wrote the same speckled band emerging. Whoever's in this cabin may help solve this particular mystery. Let's ask. Excuse me. We need to get inside this cabin here. Man, a few words. The sailor's eyes speaks volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. So, that's what I wrote on the sign that we put on our wardrobe doors. Though this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's gonna let us pass. That's a problem. This looks like a plan of the SS Bruya. Shows each deck. Bruya is a large-scale steamship of a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Steam-powered. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is such a thing a hump of metal that doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean? It's called buoyancy. Well, it's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? Well, considering the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth. Many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Music? It's a huge book on top of the table there. It's a pen next to it. Yes, it looks like the ship's log. Shall I have a look at it through it then? Its writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. But yet it's not in Russian? You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought you might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san, even to a sailor. Hey, last night's log is mostly blank. Assuming that means there is nothing to report. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry for the trouble you, but can I perhaps ask you something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Well, you do kind of have that look. You seem like caught the sailor on a bad day, Sasuro-san. Not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I'm a senior crewman, Biff Stroganoff. He does look like a Biff. Oh, best thing to do is avoid eye contact, I think. He does look like a Biff. And the first class cabin area, Mr. Stroganoff. About this first class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Bruya steamship. For very important persons. Well, sort of very important persons. Government officials, king and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That's why I always guard in this place. Gosh, that's amazing. And somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean. Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sagi's currently occupied? Yeah. Da. I don't know. Son, do you understand that? Sounded like da. That's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes. Tantalizing, isn't it? She mainly wants to go get it when it's the other way. Passenger next door, then. You know, tell us who's traveling in the cabin next door, Mr. Asagi's. His name is Mr. Grimsley Roylott. Very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with a murderous student boy. How can you be sure about that? Mr. Royal is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man will have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Can you tell us where Mr. Royal came aboard? That's none of your business. Kind of think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been at Cosmo's cabin the entire time. Never once heard anything from the next door cabin. Or even felt like there was anyone there. I presume since the gentleman is occupying one of the first class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? It's none of your business. Oh wait, no. She smells the chicken. Are you on watch here all the time? Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all the time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out. Wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. You were watching here last night as well? Of course. You don't say anything at the time. Anything unusual. 8. Zaza-san, you understand that? It's clearly no. So da and het, is that it? So nothing unusual, nothing at all. He didn't hear anything, any strange noises, or sense anything was wrong in some way. I said no. Sorry. So I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. Of course, on that he didn't catch my eye for a moment there. Do not play with the cable. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. Time for me to report to Captain. I must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead of the second class area is staying locked on all times. Cannot escape from the lobster when the lobster whistles on top mountain. Or you can say when pleaks fly. Stop. Stop. You wanna play with the shoe? Why do you wanna play with the shoe? Over there. Go. No. No cable. Yes, I understand. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Stop with the couch. Stop. Stop. Or we bring the dog back. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong. I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going for... well... Stop going behind the couch. Stop. Might be wrong, but I'm imagining the moment you reach for the door handle, the burly seaman will surely shoot you dead. Get out from behind the couch. Stop. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Oh dear, I'm sorry. No, she's just being a stuck-up bitch, yeah. Well, I started with talking about running away, and there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyways. No, no, no. Oh, why don't you play with this? Oh. One of your fetch toys. Is it? I think I'm gonna solve this mystery and Mrs. Ask. Yeah, now there's no one here guarding. No answer. Didn't the detective say there's no one in there that can help us with inquiries? How annoying. Ah! That came from inside the cabin, a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stay inside. I'm about to break the door down. I'm about to break the door down. This jackass, I thought you were already inside. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is in me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. Door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how can I need to do so I can dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should just go in. There's nothing to think about. Stress relief. Ninth January. SS Booyah. First class cabin. Number 2. A guy with a scissor knife. Ooh. Who are you? Hey look, that looks suspiciously like the Russian. Western gentleman, this man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody here but this cabin. But me. True. The old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, just who screams? Get out, all of you. Now! Please excuse... Please excuse the intrusion. You're Grimsby Royal. Mr. Grimsby Royal, I believe. Yes, that me. And you are the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. Perhaps you heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective amongst the great detectives. One who adorns the cover of his popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. This man uses a magazine like a business card. The detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from this walls. I can't make his voice. I don't know why. I can't get a feel for his voice. But there will appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Wouldn't appear. Somebody bold to ask you to open that small traveler case? What? Don't be stupid. How can you fit How could anyone fit in such a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, isn't it? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. What? Oh my! Did you see that? Shiramoto? Yes, the case just shook. Leave! Now! Otherwise, I call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Royal. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian is hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find clues if Burly Sailor returns. He's a Russian in disguise. The fuck are you doing in there? What do you think you're doing? Ah. That's my cabin. Get out. Let's have a quick look inside your travel case, perhaps? No. What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. Doesn't appear to be anything we could do. Yeah, but there's something else we could do. We could help. We detective could be somewhere with Mr. Royal. What are you doing, you? My cabin, get out. Ah, he has a dog. Ball on the floor. Can you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need to address me as Sholmes. That voice doesn't really go with him. I can do a very nasally voice for him. Just like Mr. Look at me. That's what I just said, isn't it? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. What are you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Why? Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating the sea voyage from our confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. That seems a little bit more him. Less fat pop-up sass, all that. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us. Now time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no actually. You're spot on for once. Observe closely. Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Royal, is clearly trying to hide something. Do you know what the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Vodka. Why, the truth, of course. That would be pointed out such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how Russians will react when a secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, you're about to see how we may astound you. I'm about to apply the great detective's great deduction to the case. Really admired. Could this man be a more hay-neck portrait of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? Nani? From time to time it occurs to me. This fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I read once, it is a capital mistake to theorize that before you have all the evidence, it biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence. I say I can't do his voice, I just can't come up with one for him. What are you doing? None of you are doing. What are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Royal, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. Nani? What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. In those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Number two, the other great conclusion I've drawn, you are, is very more no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension and you realize you may have been discovered. Does it not? Ah. Well, I've never imagined to witness one of Mr. Holmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance he deduced that there are others to know about a person. What? The ineffable twaddle. Nani? Oh yes, I've been reading about the contemplative adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Yeah, I've experienced the astonishing impact of the first deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. It makes her excited. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Royal's face. Well, somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such... How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say. Well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. No. Stop. We're hungry to eat. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through the deductions together. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. Stop biting and scratching. So the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Oil, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could possibly want such an implement? Answer, of course, is staring right before us the face. Were we on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious spirit of your sport? Now, moving on. Question that begs is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Oil? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on this matter. Oh, yes, we do. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article. Yep, that you gave us. Why is this down here? Which would appear you also read, Mr. Wilt. No. Sure needs no further clarification. Evidence that reveals your true identity. Is that the article about the revolutionary? Translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. It's even more copious here. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You're a fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Felix Borshevsky. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand? A revolutionary on the run. Conclusion. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. Are you at this very moment on the brink of committing the most grievous crime? The proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Will. Taken unawares, people have propensity to lead their eyes astray, you see. Ah. I assure you, these eyes speak more eloquently and honestly than my mouth. The answers we seek lie in that fruitive glance false. Proof of your crime sits before your very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It's time I think that the case be opened and its contents be laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing there inside, we ask? By my estimation? A young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, will be the identity of this young lady in the travel case? Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? You carelessly cool deploys betrays you. Once again, I'm going to follow your furtive glance to the answer. Yes, the reason you refused to open your travel case can easily be found on newspaper pages. Really? It's another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Well, she is quite small, actually. Renowned prima ballerina of Norwich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. This headline tells us one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Parnova. Conclusion 2. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma, Lemensky. So Sudo-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Holmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. You can come over here a moment. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deduction, will you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Oh yes, I recall our discussion earlier. Yeah, at the time, I believe I told you. That man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. But fairness to Mr. Sholmes, the royal does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Third thing, the part about abducting and ballerina. Indeed, truly startling revelation. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young lady. Well, at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You're lucky enough to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is 5-year-old, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. Oh, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then she's 10 years worth of her would be poking out of that case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. Troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote certain liveliness in their body. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, would surely be simplicity itself, to contort oneself to the confines of a small jar. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into one circus. Mr. Naruto, something has occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his positive observation, well, magical. His eyes got to the heart of the matter most instantly. Just where he directs his attention, his logic seems a little off. You have maybe a little off itself, Mr. Suzato. Just one or two keywords in his introduction seem to be letting him down. I was wondering, whether you might perhaps tactfully switch him to alternatives. What do you think? Fix his observation. Switch some keywords and instructions. Yes, but very tactfully. Sure, we could do that. It allows the true genius of Mr. Holmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought I was going to go through in my own head. Man, that's a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone would put up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Ah, what? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? Ow. How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Shorms, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. Not worried, in fact. I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Mr. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present its logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Lomez identity. Evolutionary on the run. So, dubious looking Russian, Mr. Will. Obviously. What catches your eye in the first place? Is that an enormous pair of shears in your hand? Now we ask ourselves, what could we possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. The virtue of using shears to cut away your copious beard. You sport. I'm not sure you would really use shears like that to cut off a beard. Tell you something, wouldn't even worry about it. Something like I'll ever have to worry about. It still doesn't seem right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Royal either. Suppose that the intention is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword in here with Mr. Son and see what helps. But how? We should start by taking a long, hard look at the Mr. Royals. This big beard is intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Holmes' deduction better. Then what? The rest of your Kimbo has some rolls up. Why might I want to do something about this? Let's see if there's anything we can even switch the word in the last sentence. So we don't really going to use those normal shears for. On his hat. He was about to cut his nails, his hat. His coat buttons. Oh. Oh. Golden locks, huh? What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. I don't know, the color is not the point. Point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Riol's head? How is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? That's fake hair. Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Thick hat. It's a very thick hat, isn't it? Ah, that's the secret you see in Naruto-san. Don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before you left Japan and took some time to study various foreign countries, Russia's a land of unimaginable cold. Thick hat is the secret to keeping warm. About one, your brain could freeze. That's just one of the main fascinating snippets of information of Old Mother, not Russia. I think maybe you picked up the wrong book there. That copious beard. Really a very beautiful full beard, isn't it? Yeah, still according to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royal was about to cut it off. I think that's why he looks like... I still think he looks something like the man pictured in the newspaper article, though. Appearance marvelous... They're apparently merciless revolutionary villain Borshek. So he was not going to cut off his beard, somebody was going to cut something else. Yeah, so you look at this from a fresh perspective and try to work it. His coat buttons. You're looking at the buttons on his coat. That would be Mr. Royal was planning to cut these off. Oh. Why? Well, when you're wearing thick gloves, it can be very hard to undo buttons. Then couldn't you just take off your gloves first? Ah, he's going to use the scissors to cut his gloves off then. Dot, dot, dot. I want you to take a deep breath and look at this from a fresh perspective, Mr. Musa. Oops, think she's angry. Yeah, perspective as the back.
Yes!
Golden locks. New sport. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks sport. Indeed. Then the precious detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden golden locks. Golden hair certainly does not benefit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman. Judging from the length of that sheen of hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I've managed to cut off my hair, no one will suspect. Question to make this: why would you desire to get rid of these magnificent locks? Again, the answer is plain. Evidence will shed light on this matter. Sure, it's nothing further clarification. Evidence is real, true identity. Article to revolutionary. No. Well, that was a shock. The young man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Ruru-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element when you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. Still, we agreed. I'm not having any fun or anything. Strictly business, not strictly. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Alright, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? As he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Royal is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Because the deduction as a whole has been taking a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Someone that fits the bill that we understand now. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her identity. I also have either heard or read about this young woman in a situation like this recently. Do my best.
Yes!
Article about the ballerina. Evidence reveals the true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned ballerina prima. The Novich Ballet disappears in Shanghai. It appears you're finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novich Ballet's prima ballerina, Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Fake, real. And we see boobs. You're right. Your name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. And please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Solved. Now, a second conclusion is also wrong. It's for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Proof of this crime is over there. Yes, Mr. Lova. Taking unawares, people have a propensity to leave their eyes straight, you see. speak so much more. Mouth. Like, answer we see lies in that fruit of glance. Your crime sits before your very eyes. Traveling case. This woman is a ballerina, so she's right in front of our eyes. She's so clear and can't be inside a traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems that she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, the crime of the young woman is apparently committing. I can't seem to step in to fix the great detective's mistake again. Seem pleased though, Naruhodo-san. Like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else in here that shows this woman's up to. It's a very small case, isn't it? You think instantly no person could possibly fit inside. Does it tell us this part of us hunting glass direction was focused on something else? It's true though, doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, there's nothing incriminating inside this case. Why does she refuse to let us look inside? I wonder why. Well, she has perfectly harmless reason, no? Ah, right there. Some paper waste bag? Waste paper basket? Let's have a look inside. Whoa-san. It's bored I get to sniff through someone else's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She look at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are a special circumstance, I think. So we have no choice. Some papers. Hardly anything here at all. Oh well, that's a little disappointing. I just want to make sure there's nothing else we can talk about. A tiara. Oh, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Those real diamonds, you think? Oh, no, Rosa, try it on. What? Me? I think usually girls will wear tiaras. Like, you know, wouldn't you try it on? No, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
Tiara. Proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah. Well, this tiara was worn on stage of dancers of Norovich Ballet, is not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. Like I said, I can't get a beat for his voice. Seems important, but I kind of hate his ass. And if the reporting is to be believed, I was worth 20,000 rubles. Summary. The crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! And you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! She takes time to fix her hat. I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. The girl is only 15 years old, and she ran away all by herself. She's been extremely lonely. Alright, I'll tell you of everything. There's no point of hiding it now. Come on, let's not be hasty. What? Nani? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What? Nani do you mean? Nani? What's in this case? You know, staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in your presence. It's the only reasonable conclusion. Therefore, there exists some reason why you don't one should read close. Sounds so, Miss Pavlova. My dear girl, there's no sense of playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Yeah, clearly of the contents of your case, even before I've laid my eyes on them. So you're unmentionables, isn't it? Dear me. Not suited for life of crime, are we? The careless cool that Boa betrays you. Only follow your fruitive glance and answer. Answer out of nowhere, doesn't it? Yes, the reason why you refuse to open the case is written on the bookshelf. He's going to change his tack with his deduction now. He was Holmes adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but he has suddenly brought up the bookshelf into all this. It's a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem to be like much reason why this young woman doesn't want her to open her case. I wouldn't bother to be written on a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true. But still, Miss Turtle was cast her eyes in that direction. I didn't notice it myself. Another reason why she won't open her case. Was he somewhere in the same area? That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. Me is the only answer. She is hiding away in that case. Revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Books on the shelf. Looks like all the same book that we have in our cabins. Stewart likes to make sure passengers have plenty to read for the long voyage. Notice how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-san's cabin. It's like someone's taking a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Parlova, she was practicing her ballet. Point is, we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. Couldn't even want to, they're all in Russian. Last but not least, let's try to look elsewhere. Small picture. Blurry picture. Charming little picture in it. What is it? Some climbing a steep mountainside? Or the sunny one seems to be. You've been on a flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains everywhere. Ah, the rules of the pet. Rules of the passage for the voyage aboard Booyah. Keep weapons or dangerous objects and pets. Oh, it's in our cabin too. Up to you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment will be severe. Wilson, I'll be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean. I'm sure inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. I've actually been serving time for weeks now. Have I? Cabin door. It's a metal door, same as Kazuma cabin. Rather slim bolt is the same as well. If someone was actually glancing over the door instead of in the bookcase, they'd run away from this cabin. Maybe. Nope, the reason is this.
Yes!
Rules of the passage. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is in the rules of passage. Keep weapons or dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Okay, so yours is something forbidden from the carriages of this vessel. Pet. The reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Seeing the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon or dangerous object will move in its own accord. Means one possibility, Miss Parlova. So a travel case. Last time, a forbidden list in the vessel's rules. A pet. Ah. Fix the rat. Prohibited animal. Solve. Deduction complete. Elementary. So clearly, you aren't the you say you were. No, I am not like Grimsby railed. Name is Nikolina Parlova. Thing said was correct. You know, absconded during one of your company ballet's performance in order to escape your homeland. And that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which can have been easy. The Bruya is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck aboard without being noticed? To obscure your true identity, you somehow recklessly took on the guise of an old gentleman. True. You intend to sever all your links to the past, severing the long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. Personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if I was just you, it was just you, and about to cut off your own hair. Who was it at the scream we heard outside the cabin? What variable thinking of a bell? Other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. So scared when I ran away from Shanghai. I was sure that they'd come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself, so no one could recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put the fur hat and a fake beard. Then just before you came in here, saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, couldn't stop screaming. If I knew that didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut off my hair as fast as possible. Put a scissors in my hand and... that precise moment, I walked through the door. Unknowingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Those two even talking about the same thing. One thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your travel case? You're right, it's my dear friend inside. Only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. The captain finds out. If you say anything to a clue. Secret is safe with us, I assure you. When we return, let's tell us in so much detail you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, alright. I'll tell you. Mr. Naruhodo? Was this something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. This is entirely sure what. At least Miss Marlowe has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed. It is incredible. And one more thing. Oh, yes. What? Nani? Serve your wrist. My. Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? Tune my word, I have restored your shackles. I don't know, I'm not gonna bother a voice for him. Her when? Why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Anyways, let's listen to what Parlo has to say. You can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled man is that Cosmo wrote about in his diary. It really was. Let me see. Don't touch! Meh? I'll tell you what I know about last night, but please. Must not touch my things. I had to say, forbid it. Oh, sorry. Well, that's what you should be. What vulgar manners you have. Talk about young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Yet you were in her fucking cabinet, hypocrite. Hypocrite. Alright, so what happened last night? You know someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me about it in the morning when I was eating breakfast. Mel died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. I was trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? You heard a strange noise, for example. People talking. Ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Maybe a steam engine exploded. If it did, I think all you would be dead. Perhaps everyone on board was... I don't know if that happened. Miss Parlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. Sorry, all I could think about was last night was I had done what I had done and where they could find me. Didn't notice anything was happening around me. Oh, I see. Running away. And mean hookup and some bullshit, yeah. When you run away from the ballet company, haven't you the Novovich Ballet? Yes. Traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about that ballet. Start a new life. We should forget a challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. The tiara's mine. I needed it to live. What happened to the pay they gave you? I had the money of my own. How? Well, Mitch Ballet gives us only a little food and water. We must dance all over the world. I have to run away. I have no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself. Yes, and the crew of this ship, they've all been kind to me. Let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. That's indeed the truth, Miss Parlova. Creates the most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, yes, of course. Miss Willow explanation. What this kind of not sure, but Conundrum. Parlova, I need to propose you a riddle. According to the newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, as Sabrina stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come aboard? Think about it. Crewman outside the cabin has acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked about why the occupant and his captain came aboard. None of your business. Yes, you're right. He did say something about seeming to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It's how a Russian newspaper described one of my performances. That's how I came here too. I descended from the heavens. Because I'm an angel. Uh-huh. Considering your English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Holmes once said, I can never resist the touch of a dramatic, seeing as Parlova has the same. She is descended from the heaven, bringing grace and beauty into detection. Words once said about myself. Go from the wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. I'm falling asleep already. Yes, Mr. Shelley. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Parlova is going to tell us what really happened. So this friend you mentioned inside your travel case, is that right? They didn't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules passage. Well, please don't tell any of the crew. They found my precious, and the burly Russian would be stirred themselves in unison and throw you overboard and your case overboard and all that. Yeah. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. So what pet is your friend? The little puppy, is it? Isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? No. Ah, you credited Russia with the land of small rabbits, do you? There's small rabbits there. Well, you may ask. But I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of your young ballerina friends. So now it must be a chicken. Really? So the benefits. Rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. Advertising strikes. It comes the needs of the... It could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends, I remember that. No, it's not a chicken. Okay. Well, it would appear that his friend's identity is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Rah ha ha. She honestly doesn't quite trust us yet. Something I'd like to show her, though, I think. Maybe she'll be able to shed some light on it. The picture. Perlova, would you take a look at this? I don't know anything. Sorodo, you're frightened the poor girl. Sorry, I wasn't trying to. Well, the fucking... Well, actually we know it says wardrobe, so we didn't need to show her that. Diary of my friend was passed away. His diary? Yes, I wrote it in the last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilation girdle. Speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator just joins to your cabin, you see. What's up there in the mall? In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Oh. Ms. Parlow, has something occurred to you? The speckled band the victim mentioned is something familiar to you, or a whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh? She's hiding something. Knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Riolt. Yes, what? Nani? Still holding the scissors. Wow, she's fast. He just came right on in, too. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to the captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright. I'll come up now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry about yourself, Mr. Riolt. Get out! The passenger says out. You want me to throw you out? I guess we have to leave investigating this cabin until later. Well, once they leave, we can go back inside. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Parlova's cabin, we were once unceremoniously chased out. As to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Yeah, we hadn't arrived anywhere or anything, so yeah. Investigation part 2. 9th January. SS Booyah. First class. Cabin passageway. Wish I had been thrown out like that. We hadn't been. I wish we managed to make a clue what that speckled band might be. Didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine we won't be able to for a while longer. I'll get past the sailor guarding that door. He's clearly glaring at us to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea. Oh, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Yes, he's completely disappeared. Why did he do that? Slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. At least we had a chance to look around in Miss Parlova's cabin. What? What do you look like that? You want something? Nani? Baby, you want me to throw you out again, huh? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Stay clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think you ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Looking on top of it is really huge. Just pen with it too. Sure, that's the ship's log. A little look through it. You need beautiful handwriting. Second class cabin area. It's locked. No, well, that stands to reason. Almost let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Why is our light burn out? Cabin number 1, yes, our cabin. Wonder if Inspector Elson has found our clues. I should probably ask him. Yeah, it's grayed out. We shan't be able to. We shall never be able to enter this cabinet with Seaman Stroganoff in a way. Nothing we could present. Knife. This is Buria. First class cabin number 1. They're still investigating here too. Last subject. No Inspector Osanaga is unscathed. What do you mean unscathed? You haven't forgotten, have you? Naruhodo-san. He said about allowing you out of his cabin to investigate. I'm going to talk to the captain about it. So his life can be on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. Any information for us? Mew, where'd you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. What? Give me permission for this. Well, I mean, Seaman Hasanaga did that. A new Japanese, was it? Later, I'll roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. He's gone back to guarding the door. little bit better of somebody doesn't find himself too much trouble on our account. Really gone away to help us, hasn't he? Back to Japan, I'll have to take him for a steak and that kind of involved. Wait a long time for now, Mr. Naruto. No, we never did check this. These letters are written in the ink. Wardrobe. That seemed to unambiguously pointer to you, and as you were sleeping in there. So the unambiguous would just spell it out in my name, would you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. We both don't know Russian. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-san would have written this last word in Russian. That's the question. Who did it? Who did write it? Ah, there he is. Kazuma spent the final moments writing his diary. Valuable clues in his works, I'm sure. Alright. And my watch is fully charged. We did get a few punches in the face. Ah, you're back. Inspector. What happened to you? Your face is not beautiful anymore. Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. I kept on giving you permission to investigate. You told me he pummeled me with his fist and then tossed me overboard. Nani? What? But the pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. Looks like it was a joke. I said lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. Bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective from a while ago. He was something like Herschlock Sholmes. I don't think it was German though. Ah, that explains it. Compare notes then, we could tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. The cabin next door. What? Nikolina Parlova? The cabin next door? I don't know who she is. Please, what silver respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation proved any fruit? If I'm all honest, there's very little more I could do. Just to make sure the scene is not disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. I just keep watching here, not trying to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I have a small piece of new info for you. Oh, what? Nani? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. New info. What's the info you have, Inspector? Is this? The Bria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain a report. Oh, Cosmo's post-mortem report. Kazuma-san. So, what's the cause of death? Damage to a cervical vertebrae. It's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would appear so. There's no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. What weapon was used then? Nothing has been found yet, but in fact there have been no signs of a wound. So this may have been a blunt object or something that wouldn't leave a mark. All the body's nerves run through the spine and the brain, and it's strong enough the impact could break the neck and induce death. It is possible, there's no obvious wound that would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. Might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really, you sure? Yeah, that's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never agreed to let you leave this cabin in the first place, would I? Postmortem report has been added. For the SS Bruya's medical officer given the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There's no traces of external poison or injury. Victim male, Far Eastern, time of death somewhere between 1 and a little past 2 a.m. Cause of deaths: damage to the cerebral vertebrae resulting in instant death. Victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result. A strong blow to the area. No obvious injuries or traces of poison. The great detective. Oh, Mr. Shelmsley, wasn't he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have been bored. What do you say? Did he say anything at all? Actually, now I mention it, yes. Just one thing, he was practically shouting it. It was shoe polish. That's all he said. Shoe polish, I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there by that broken piece of glass, you see. Perhaps was talking about this brick-colored mark, you see. Ah, yes, that must be it. How come Mr. Shelms knows shoe polish? That leaves me cold. I'm afraid I have no idea. What is this Susato-san? Thinking about something, but yeah, I'm falling asleep right here. Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes in a very dark tan hue. Dark tan, sort of dark brownish red then? Yeah, it's a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh. Does this mean darkness made a shoe polish and Kazuma's shoe scuffed the floor? Mark on the floor. A piece of glass, an object, a scuff mark made by Kazuma's shoes that were found by the victim's body. That's all I can really tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, it might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh no, well. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asaki-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. Ah, him too. Heavy head, that's interesting. My head's still dropping too. So some gas was released and knocked a lot of people out, it looks like. Wait, what was the situation here? Go back to the hallway. Every knife. This is Booyah first class. Ah. Look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough. The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra la 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 la. You hear that? Sound like someone singing. Tra la la lila lila lay, that did in a great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. It's a gold opportunity for us. Yes, right. We must seize it. Get inside Sparlova's cabin while we can investigate. Perhaps that stringy knot crewman comes to mind. Stroganoff, not stringy knot. There he is. Oh, it's Mr. Smolms again. You don't know when he's gonna be turned up next to you. He's gonna be seeing a look at something he wants to sing to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la-la. I did it the great detective way. Still singing, you think you'll notice us? Or is it be extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. Scotland Yard. And through it all, when we was double in doubt, my lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. Solved it all and I stood tall. I did it all the great detective way. Mr. Schmomes. Ah, what is it? Wanna fight, huh? Honestly, ignore the fellow while he's singing. It's just about to reach a climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop. So I figured it was as good a time as any. Anyway, dropped you on the floor like one of my famous right hooks. I get the picture. You put those fists away. Mr. Sholmes, do me examining something before we interrupt you. Oh yes, that. I was immersed studying the ship's log, as penned by a stocky-built man who was usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. Find anything else useful from it? After 2 a.m. this morning, there was a majority of the entries were blank. Means there was nothing to report. Nothing of noise happened, so... You're not student from the land of the rising sun. You've been uttering... blind by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? So read the other pages and you shall become clear. Seems the same crewman often stands sentry in the first class... Oh, wait. It's almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely, simply put, the seaman writes nothing to report when there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night was largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yep, there was circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? Remains a mystery for now. Well, we must be sure something significant has took place. So significant caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. There are important details. I will stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ship's log has been entered into court. Kept the crew assigned to the first class cabin. There was virtually no entries from 2 a.m. until the earliest morning. That deduction was worth a great detective. I'm sure there'll be some reason why we have to do this at some point. Oh, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. Makes Shmoms brilliant. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry about yourself. Seems like I picked you with a throbbing headache this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Yeah, everyone was gassed to sleep. Well, my friends, to our next encounter. Still singing him so I can hear as he wanders down the passageway. Something wrong, Suzato-san? You seem lost in thought. I feel the same. Sorry. Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? It doesn't matter the order, as long as we got both done, I guess. Ninth of January. This is Bruya's first class cabin number 2. I think it's closer to him, but Marlo isn't back yet. So that's time. Oh. Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. A moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. Suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-san. What do you mean? Can't be long until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be there in those handcuffs when we get there. Oh, now you finally believe me, really? Must solve this case on Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Here's one of those next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yep, the belt cord. Can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. Didn't actually expect anyone to come. Well, we don't want him to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Savannah Lake connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool of a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator to another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Is that possible? That is a possibility. Last night, Kazuma-san wrote that he saw a speckled band coming from this vent. Noro-san, are you in there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. It's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have any strange compulsion to jump inside a wardrobe. Every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. Better hope we might find Miss Parlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch the cabin door has. If the bolt is drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside. Not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? So it wouldn't slide across itself on its own accord, would it? No, the door is made of metal, and there's no chance of trickery of using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too. So stop any seawater from coming in. So you wouldn't use any method you told me of passage thread to the crack the needle door closed door eater. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Yes, it's displayed in the cabin too. Look, it's the real rules of passage. Passenger must not keep weapons or dangerous objects, and pets are forbidden. Chloe realized that she needed to keep this contents of her case secret after she read this. Special friend, I mean. Real friend has disappeared now too. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Chelsea was strong enough to find it and throw it overboard. Oh yeah, so do I. All these books will topple over together. Look, every single one. You think a god of the sea, perhaps? Let's topple that too. It's the exact same as the bookcase next door. Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Proto was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know, but will she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked him over on a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens in the ship is because of me, you know. Superstition. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I've seen things in this array. You know, the ship does move, sway in the water, I'm assuming, but guess not. Oh my, Miss Parlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, according to the great detective's great deduction. She was hiding her special friend in there. A friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to have animals on board the SS Bruya. What kind of animal she had in there? More to the point. Where is it now? Oh, what was that? The alarm. Shut down the engines immediately. It's vessel sighted a quarter mile at 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? You're about to crash into another ship. What? Can't stand. Hold on to me. Ah! That's because we checked the case. The important thing. So, you alright? You injured at all? Think I'm fine. Thank you, Noro-san. And there's all the books knocked down again. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to stop. Oh my goodness, what am I gonna roll? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga. Are you in there, Namusan? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Oh, look at that. Hey, it did bolt. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sulu-san? No, I didn't touch it. And look, you see, everything shifted over again. That's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before. And the case fell off, too. Aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first again. Again. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least. In a very, very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of that cabin door would not be pleasant. Hurried tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. But we didn't finish investigating. What trophies does this game have? We have to check everything again because we started at the beginning, we didn't save halfway through. That's true, we didn't check the bed. It's hiding in or underneath the bed. There we go. Wilson, are you there? Sorry. Oh no, that's the fucking cabinet. We can't examine the bed. Alright, so we ain't gonna examine the things that are gonna fall yet. Doggy bowl. I'm wondering what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Look, it's been dropped. It looks put there deliberately. Think it's a water bowl. Be a leak on the roof just above here? No. What leak? Is the ship quite safe? Sure, there's even a leak on the roof. It doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink. Oh no, you're right. Of course you're right. You're trying to persuade yourself, isn't? See, this teapot is empty. The conclusion: the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Harlov only came in this cabin last night, she hasn't had a chance to make any tea yet. Could be either. Definitely they're excessively thirsty. They had 1,000 of that one. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Rusa? Suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. You look inside to see if there's anything thrown away. Uro-san. Before they could get sent through someone's rubbish, you know. Yeah, the same exact conversation in the other one. A little disappointing. It's practically empty. Her desk. There's a few books on the desk, nothing else by the books. We ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly had a cat. It's true. Looks like she likes to read. Let's see. Yes, I see. She starts reading books. Books written in Russian. Thanks, I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask people too much of people in a rural son. Kinda remember that. Alright, now we checked everything. Every book is fallen. Hard to port. Starboard port, right? So hard left turn. Case is open. Vessel side at quarter mile. Hard to starboard. Yep. Oh, it is a right turn. So the outside of the ship is this way. Are you injured? No, I'm fine. Yeah, there's a cup on the floor now. Yeah, everything's falling again. Open the door and the bolt. And the books are all as they were before. Got the inspector in. We're gonna tidy this place up a bit first. Finally, emergency stop has solved one mystery at the very least, in a very good way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of that door could not be pleasant. I hurried and tidied up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Now we can safely save it for the next one. $9:42. We have about an hour left. Actually, going to 11:30 because I don't start my 12-hour shifts till next week, not this week. Just 8-hour shifts. January 9th, this is Bruya, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susano-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Both look unhurt. Good. And we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? There's something about we're going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? The dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. Obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, the crew are running everywhere. He's being calm, too. First class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed in all black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? We call a lot of things, but devil's the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? Oh, no. We didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Spectre. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. It's not even enough that he killed a man. And a stowaway as well. The victim promises not to steal chicken. Do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. A stowaway is a trespasser. Stowaway, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? Cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. We'll give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hassan, there's nothing you can do? There's a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. I'm not able to appeal to the captain's good nature. I think I'm out of options. It's terrible. It's a real crisis. I gotta find a solution. Immediately. He's just always the most randomest as fuck spots. I need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. Show you the crawfish hibernates? Yeah. The fuck are you doing? That's 5 we owe her now. What think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was. I just started to think she was my friend. Wanna get me out of this mess? You got yourself in a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I'll just step in and find a clue. There's really nothing I can do to help you. Push my luck any further, a punch in the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I think I'm responsible for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Parlova's cabin. No, this has happened. I have to report to the captain at once. I need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me in this crisis. Please, just give me a little more time. I have nothing for you. I do nothing for you. Except show you the ship way to the ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. Trespassing? Stowing away? Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down unusual adventures, and well... Enough. You're guilty. Ship's the only place for you. There has to be someone, a savior, who could help me in this crisis. The stuck-up bitch. She is a stowaway. Miss Parlova, can I... Get out! Listen, I'm sorry we stuck in here without your permission. But, get out now! You investigate here to be helpful. Squiggly gibberish. It's no use. She's not gonna listen. To find someone who will. What the? Yeah. What are you doing up there? It's Mr. Sholmes. And he's wearing the crown jewels. Naturally, I was analyzing the weight of the 20,000 rubles when film it. But why are you doing that from hanging on the fucking wall? When I told you that as a detective, it's my business to know that other people do not. It's not merely tomfoolery, my boy. No. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally? We should determine which, if it would bend on a conceited looking hook on a wall, so full of brag and bounce. Never know whether this man's taking him seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess that I've been looking for you. I have something to report on you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for someone else other than the hook on the wall next time. What to report? Speak. Original report from the Great Detective can mean but one thing. Yes. Case of the curious murder that took place last night, here in this vessel, by this vessel, the steamship Bruya, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all possibilities. No other explanation exists. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal the great detective's great deduction to the case. And we'll have to fix it, too. Ah, you solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. I don't know who's responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. He's a stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it, dumbass. The trouble is, he doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Yeah, but we have some new evidence, though. I'll just leave that one there. Because everyone else knows the cabin door was bolted from the inside. We just found a reason for that. Culprit must have been someone inside the cabin. Yes, it was called the Locked Room Mystery Detective Stories. Ah, locked room. This is point. The room was locked? Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from the outside of the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door was not so-called a locked room at all. What? We just found that out, you dumb bitch. Well, yes, there was another entrance. Entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite it being a bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Well, it gapes open mouthed as you, even as you, even at you, even as we speak. The ventilator, man. Ventilator. Ah, ha 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 ha. You think this is funny? Can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as the tree trunks. Suggesting that a culprit entered or left through the victim's cabin through the tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. Last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? You're referring to the words of Kazuma-san wrote in the diary? You hear a faint whistling sound. That looks like a sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator girder. Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is a speckled band? Answer to that particular conundrum is in the very cabin. It's a snake, isn't it? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ready to take element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. About to expose you all for receiving the shock of to your cores. Behold. Yeah, what the? It is a snake. Let me introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. Snake. Indubitably. Dot 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 dot. Dot dot dot. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray what troubles you. Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more like stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. In this case, you have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you say? Dot dot dot. Yeah. You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think That's precisely the trap in which the culprit wishes you to fall. Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap. How exactly? I think it's perhaps I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. And then we get to fix it. Ready, Miss Parlova? Sorry for the young man who died, but that's all. Except for nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions that are drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. This has great writing. I can see why it inspired like the Phoenix Wright trilogy. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. She was really pale white, but okay. Holmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. The young woman's friend killed Mr. Asagi. You know it's choking your face, right? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Would advise a little movement as possible, seaman. Wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend of yours, in your neck. So everyone, let's begin. Sherlock Sholmes is about to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let me check one thing. Ah, 10 letters is live. I guess we'll probably do him, depending who's on, or if he's still on when I finish. Alright, we got about a little while left. Let me go take a restroom break real quick. I'll be right back. Put my watch on too. Yeah, I should also get these as the... I should highlight these episodes. Because I didn't get to highlight the Phoenix Wright, because when I first started it, I was streaming on Grundlecore. That was before I started the dual streaming, so... But this I can do definitely the series. Like I said, I'm having trouble with my voices, because like I said, I can't find a good voice for him. I definitely don't want to use the judge's voice on him. Sherlock Holmes proudly presented his logic and spectacular Sherlock Holmes. Spectacular reasoning. Okay, now we have to fix this. Great deduction. Game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's identity. Prologue. Moments ago you claimed the following. It's death has nothing to do with me. Whole thing has nothing to do with me. Very sure of yourself. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, it's when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart starts to pain. Like, huh? Yes, it's very pain that evidence that inextricably links to your victim's death. So we asked, what is the nature of this intruder that stole the victim's cabin in a pretentious entry? Wait. I want to make sure I got the right word. Like, huh? On this portentous night. Why, naturally, it was a friend on which you had boarded his, with which you boarded his vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Well, I doubt your friend is riding serpents who you see before us, huh? And yet the fact leaves us on a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night of the question tell of a speckled band. Yeah, this is a more complicated one. Whereas, regrettably, these markings do not fit that description at all. And anyway, what explanation can we then give, pray? Why, this is the sight that fell on the victim's eyes last night. No, don't look at me. There's nothing to do with any of this. But it does. The answer to the quandary even now. Hidden around your back. Yes, that's you're trying to, but fail to conceal. Gonna be the snake's slowed skin. Deadly after subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its skin. Shed's original skin, no? I don't think you're talking... I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in the cabin, your speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord near the side of the bridge, as serpent slightly descended into the victim's quarters. In a dim light, it appeared to be the gentleman who was about to lose life, a speckled band. Summary: the nature of this little friend of yours is which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. There's a rare breed of snake which the markings change each time it slows its skin. Ooh. Snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Conclusion. Beloved speckled snake. Topic 2. How Mr. Asagi died. Moving on, we came across the heart of the matter. Grim demise of the victim. His neck was broken. Why did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been appraised, it would appear that there was no visible signs of injury. so no sign of strangulation. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as a fact, reason we can imagine there remains evidence to affirm it on the scene. This most certainly broken neck was broken as below. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. So yeah, we know that's wrong. Oh no, could there be... Examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Huh? It's almost, but not quite. Imperceptibly punctured wounds left by the venomous fangs to seal the truth. This is a snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. It does not. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. The incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Now your involuntary glance betrays your hiding place you choose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in your traveling case, huh? First met this cabin, it came to attention that your case moved periodically. Serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. The thing of this victim made note of the low whistling sound he heard minutes before his end. It was your signal, was it not? The signal you used to train your serpent's friend. To train? Come back. You put the serpent through the ventilator and waited. After a period, summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty. You would listen for signs of life next door. Them appeared to not have been dispatched. You release the snake once more. You cannot deny the snake has undergone such training. It's not true. Having slid it through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venoms will course through the victim's veins, ending its existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the young man's life. No doubt. Our logic is infallible. Wrong. Death by a venomous snake. Spite. Wrong. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. And we now have to fix it. And you're still standing right next to the snake. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. So on the floor, we will serve the saucer of milk. Promising food for a key for training any creature. Incredible. You solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really does it to his name. Right, Sherlock Holmes has been such a household name. My dear man. It was nothing remarkable, as the Russians say. I could have done this with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. A lot of things. I welcome questions of my method, and I'll answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, autopsy report. Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Yep. Ah. It's really only mammals that drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. That must probably use some other treat to encourage your pet to do her bidding. It was merely an example. It holds logic holds. No, it does not. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. They work on vibration. Sure, it would be really possible to signal a snake by whistling. Madame, what of the tales of Arabia? Never heard of snakes that dance to the sounds of flutes? Perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. You ruined the magic for him. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept that they're practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Holmes. There's one other thing. Do you have more? Snakes use their scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like that into the cabins. They should try harder. Please don't be angry at me, Mr. Sholmes. Point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it could not come back without help. Trying to say, you're wrong. Is that there is a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake having part in this. Dot dot dot. Sad dot dot dot. And the cause of death too. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions. Turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. And if I was waiting for Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes and down your wrist again. What? You've done it again. Handcuffs are gone. Where'd they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored when our work is done. Maybe we should just leave them off. Now, everyone, let's begin. Sherlock Holmes probably present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The correct course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Hold it. Press him. True to the identity of beloved snake. Assumption 1. Moments ago claiming the following. Death has nothing to do with me, as the whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yeah, you cannot deceive yourself. Should I be looking at her wrist? Go on the horizontal, your aching heart. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. It looks as though Kazuma-san's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure that Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment. Really look closely at Miss Parlova. Her aching heart. It's not that. I mean, it does look terrible. Yes, it's hard to believe that she's putting that expression on to fool us. Look closely. It's almost like she's actually staring at something. What do you think? Perhaps something is physically causing her pain. We should have a closer look. It's not her boobs. It's not her ass. What else is causing her pain? Her wrist is causing her pain right now. Not her body, so... Ah! Claw scratch. She has a fucking cat. Her left ear. He has such a petite ears among her beautiful hair. Like little pink shells. Oh, what's this? Something dangling down from her ear. Ah, that's an earring. A crescent moon that looks like as though it's made from wood. Charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. And their hair around their necks, on their fingers. Even in hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. So nothing else, but now... claw scratch. Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! Looks like a very painful wound. Yes, they can be painful. Looks like a scratch made of some kind of small animal. Fairly recent, too. Well, whatever the scratcher doesn't appear to be around here. Or events, so you're aching.
Yes!
That hurts. Claw scratch. Smarts with pain. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratches smarts with pain. Indeed. Simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Dunk. Swola, did you recently in fact receive that scratch? Person or an animal. It could be a cat. It could be a person. Sometime last night. Ah. Dot dot dot. Oh. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. When I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And that's the very pain is evidence of your strictly linked to the victim's death. So yes, what was the nature of the intruder that stole the victim's cabin the pretentious night? She was your friend, was it not? Reported the vessel. Expected telltale glance. I thought your friend was ripping serpent that was BC before us? No. Seems likely that the scratch marks on the back of Miss Willow's hand were made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet or claws that might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? It's true identity of it. So follow her gaze. That's where we'll find our answer. The seaman is her friend. There's no doubt, is there? She looked in that direction, staring at Steven Stroganoff. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator. Don't forget that if I managed to fit inside, Cosmo's trunk when I first boarded this ship. I would ask that what that proves, but I think a little equivocal little smile would be more effective. Riding snake. He's beneath the table, isn't he? More look at this creature, the more his stripes stand out. It's a very impressive snake, isn't it? Oh yes, it really is. It seems to do his best to squeeze this poor sailor's head until it bursts. Yes, it's a terrifying sight. And slightly heartwarming at the same time. Anyway, that'd probably be a good idea not to get too close. Arriving snake. Ah, we have the picture. The teapot. A teapot is her friend. We have a feeling that it was this teapot that Miss Parlov's eyes flickered out before. I think your friends have been talking about magic of drugs. Oh, we're all different, aren't we? What am I say about it? It's the way she feels. I don't think you can say anything about it then. I'll say anything about it. You the teapot can discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. And the photo frame. Up a cat with a bell. Look at the photograph in this frame. Must be something Miss Harlow brought with her when she ran away. Exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. I need to take a closer look at this. Miss Parlova. She must be in a stage costume she's wearing. It's quite stunning. I would sure like to have something like that. She's wearing the 20,000 rubles on her head as well. It's called a tiara, Naruhodo-san. You shouldn't think of it purely in terms of its value. She must be strong. She must be a strong-willed woman. Turn her back on the world stage and run away from it on her own. Yep, the little kitten. Look at this little cat Miss Parlova's cuddling there. Oh, what a cute little kitten. Could be invited you, Naruhodo-san, for the blackest outfit. A black kitten. From the looks of this picture, at least. Parlova is very attached to it.
Yes!
Little kitten. I doubt your little friend is this little kitten we've seen before us. Yes, the scratch in your back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! Wherever the whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Tharka was my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Tharka would appear to be a Russian blue. A Russian blue? And yet, the fact leaves us with a quandary. Victims driving observations and I question the speckled band. Regrettably, it's a collar. Specimen's markings do not fit the description in that anyway. What is she going to give then, pray? What is this signal sight that fell before the victim's eye last night? She's hiding it. It's a collar. No, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with any of this. It does answer the quantity is even now hidden behind your back. You're trying to hide. I'm feeling it's a snake skin. No, it's a collar. See that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket. No one would ever have known. I guess employees like that are Mr. Sholm's specialty. He ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. But deduction was his specialty, or making me believe that is a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that this is the skin of a snake. Yeah, it doesn't really look skin-like. In which case, just what is Miss Parlova hiding behind her back? Yeah, there's something there. It's a leash. It is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? Seems to be a soft and fluffy, like a piece of cloth. There's a handle at the end. It might be a cat toy. It's a common sort of common in the West. Cat. There's a toy for cats? Guess I like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kids particularly love that sort of play. You need to wave it in front of them, and they will pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
This makes no sense. Only be a cat toy. Yes, the thing you're trying to hide but fail to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. And with this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, was the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? That cat went in the other room. It climbed the fucking bell thing. Dear boy, there can be only one answer for that. The cat snuck over after feline fins appeared through the ventilator in the neighbor's cabin. Parlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Parlova's was last infiltrated the scene of the crime is a blithesome Russian breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah. Truly troublesome feline this Darka was proven to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing a photograph of your pet, Miss Parlova. Photograph of Miss Parlova and Darka have been entered into the court record. Photo of Miss Parlova and her kitten friend named Darka. The tiara she would wear on stage could also be seen. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the belt cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared. Through the ventilator. Darka. She was so naughty. She is so naughty. A beloved kitten. Part 1. Complete. How he died. Been a mistake, might you know. Moving on, we came to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data on which I have been appraised, it would appear that the victim has no visible signs of injury. Yep. That's the autopsy report. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Not anymore. So Sholmes says it's true. There were no signs of wounds anywhere on the Kazuma-san's body. That's right. Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Ah. The bell broke. He tripped on the kitten. He tripped on the kitten. Mark on the floor. No. Just let us see what was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not your British introduction, so there's a truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Alright, let's fix that. You know I saved for a reason. So, he didn't trip. We just need to give him the autopsy report then.
Yes!
Postmortem. It's explained by the postmortem report. There you go. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the postmortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. The wording changed slightly. His neck was... Indeed, it was breaking into the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that alive would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff is an immortal freak, you know. Are you sure? I'm sure he is out. Anyways, good authority that the victim's neck was broken. We take that fact. Reasonably imagine that there was remains evidence that would confirm that unseen. No, could it be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the death conclusively. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck with something, or someone. Yes, a distinct possibility. Yet no weapon had been found, though. The Darka didn't silently creep up behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow. Suppose it's possible he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It would have been a terrible act of misfortune had he broke his neck completely by accident. Well, yes, a bad fall could explain it. Very hard to believe Kazuma-san, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. He had to fix his abduction somehow. Even the scene that could explain what happened. A scuff mark. He tripped on the bell and broke it.
Yes!
Examination of the mark on the floor. Yes, examination of the mark on the floor proved that the death conclusively. The particular mark so prominently visible next to the victim's body is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? The possibly identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I now carry as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were in my results, and not the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is perfect match to the color of Mr. Sagi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Sagi must have caught this foot on the point of the floor and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell on the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Parlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Sagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal your incriminating evidence. Now your monthly glass betrays your hiding place you chose. Not there. As it links you to the victim's death as a traveling case. No. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san's mirror tripped over and now he's no more. Can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest what happened. But this part of Mr. Sholm's abduction is right. Sparlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in his cabin, somewhere in the direction of the she can cast her eyes. Where, I wonder, on the test? Let's have a look around. Must be an answer here somewhere. So where Miss Sparlova hit her friend, right? And it wasn't a snake after all. It's a little kitten she calls Darka. It's not going anywhere, it seems now. It's let itself out of the case and gone exploring. Let's wrap this up so someone else's head. I expect that it's wrapped itself around someone else's head trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. Point is, where has it gone? It's not the tiara. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped on Rudo-san, it's been placed. It's starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Paper basket, first class cabins. Not much rubbish in there yet. Ah. Oh, what's that? The other half. Broken glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's familiar. Perhaps there's more in your mind playing tricks on you. Yes, the trash is finally important. The other half.
Yes!
Waste paper basket. That's right. Get evidence of you hidden victim stuff in a waste paper basket. Ah. Here we find that fragments that indicate an intricate glass object you've seen, or one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of the broken glass on the floor in Mr. Hosagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit perfectly together. It is the bell. Oh no! So, Miss Parlova, what shall we consider what this tells us? Ought to be that part of the glass object which was really broken at the scene of the victim's death. Found a waste paper basket in your cabin. Yeah! Well, kidding with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In a hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, my dear girl. Why? Because we have a conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. This is a much more complicated one, because we have more evidence. Yes. Evidence linking Miss Parlow to the little glass bell, that would be... this.
Yes!
Look at the photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. Truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. Young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your cat. Your absent feline friend, Darka. Your cat murdered him. ... I couldn't tell anyone. I'm so sorry. Meeting a death by tripping over a cat. There are worse ways to die. Deduction complete. Elementary. That was a long deduction. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Parlova? Running out of saves already. Tell us exactly what happened last night. Pavlova. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late that I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous around new environments. Everything falling over here. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound in the back of your hand, I take it. Yes, and I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed to Darko with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear some noise in the next cabin. Dark room, little light, black cat. It's very quiet, I'm sure, but someone was there. He must be sleeping. So at that point, I thought you'd be safe to try to lure the kitten back. Thankfully, another toy at the ventilator at the adjoining cabin. Doc always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. Using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling Cosmo wrote about was Miss Parlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. So there was nothing else I could do. I just waited until she had calmed down. But then... and that was that. I nearly passed out with shock. Heard her cry out and then... oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seemed likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Estes Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. As Mr. Sakura has already been off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? He's still in the room. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. Must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's appeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. How about the snake? You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Parlova. Then whose is it? Where did it come from? It's his friend. But what on earth is such a dangerous creature doing here? It's his pet. Oh, I didn't say? I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosco. What? Nani? What? A snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when the emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Then I expect to find him here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals not permitted on board. We had to see it. We are in the sea for 1 year. You want to be so long about a close friend without someone who understands? Did you find someone a little more human who you understand you better? My dear burly fellow. A gargantuous, venomous snake? Surely can you appreciate the danger of putting it on it? It's not venomous. No venom. Huh? He also does not have the venom. He is harmless, very long, and very gentle. Very adorable. Like Granny. It's venomous? Yes, now he's hungry. He is in a bad mood, but once I feed him, you'll see a big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? They say milk. Like they say they can milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. Barocho eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. So the trap outside. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like a look in the eyes right now. So everything you've been saying is wrong as hell. I refuse to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. It's not even venomous. Snake theory is completely blown up. The deuce is something so inept landing a starring role. We can say the same about you. It's not my fault. I did not make up stories. My Pedrovsko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. And that's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Second case, just like Ace Attorney. All these cuffs can stay off now. Dot dot dots. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your own guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But, what are you talking about, Miss Makotaba? What lies, Miss? Don't just confess to everything. Yeah, but she lied about everything originally. Just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Dot dot dot. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Back of the head. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Since he doesn't speak Spanish, Russian, she's the one who put the Russian on the floor. To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't put my finger on it. Dot dot dot. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. Truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? Do hope you have not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did he do that? Especially as they are on your wrist as a result of my intervention. But I'm hoping I could resolve matters before our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. We don't speak Russian. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Dot dot dot. Yes. Cosmo is my close friend. I owed him my freedom even. Dot dot dot. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. What has not been explained is the Russian on the floor. If I can chase that down, it may be the truth and will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how the scene of your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. Dot dot dot. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What shall we ponder first? The victim who lost his life in the cabin and bolted shut from the inside? Was it unfortunately an accident? Or was the fact that no accident at all? That is when we first established in this incident. Re-established it, haven't we? Man tripped on a kitten that had climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's take us back a step. Does it make sense if it's really what happened? Does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. It's clearly a contradiction between the facts and Miss Parlova's story here. And this is right here in Cosimo's cabin. It's undeniable. This death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. Proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Why? Because he doesn't speak Russian.
Yes!
Truth. It's clearly recorded in this photographic print. There is no way Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. The script is Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people will leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It's a simple language. He could have... No, it's not. Backwards letters and all this shit. I don't think so. Very fast. That doesn't seem likely. Actually, not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Instant death. That's right. I forgot about that phrase. Ah. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. Dot, dot, dot. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Sagi's cabin. Written on something that couldn't possibly have been there, but if what Miss Parlova told us wasn't true. What? So I also noticed it too then. But as mentioned on the floor aside, there is something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves accident. That proves this was no accident in any other way. The ship's log.
Yes!
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? So I say Cosmo must have really happened, I think. I think you're starting to see that you have nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it. So evidence, we should be looking for one of two things: the absence of something you should expect to find, or the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. No, not safe. That's true. That was the hint. Well, we can't see his pin from the front right there. Oh yeah, that's right, the bell. The bell. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But the glass bell getting... That's the glass... But that's the glass bell getting around our neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. We already had satisfaction, so what is the flaw in that logic? Fortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. How did the one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Mr. Sagi died last night in his cabin. There was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth. In order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there's someone else present at Mr. Asagi's. You're wasting time. Someone else is there? Duh, of course, we know this. Now he says hold it. He's pressing. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes, we're gonna prove that now. The only person gonna climb in and the student died was you.
Yes.
Hold it. That's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left the message. Would have. There's no way you could have left the message. Being precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. It was an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep for the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor. I figured it had become evidence that would show up when Mr. Sagi really died. But would this person have taken all the pieces? Wouldn't have taken all the pieces of the bell? Maybe half of the bell is always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours in the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended above the ceiling would have barely cast any light at all on the floor there. Wonder then that the culprit had failed to notice the fragment of the tiny bell. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is a woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. For 2 years, I noticed her dancing skills, and she went away to join the ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of the ship's band. You do not accuse the ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. So when you say the student died, Nina was there in his cabin. I don't see his possible. I give my tooth. Well, we have to explain that. Well, this is almost interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? I can be for sure. Look, you are a great detective, you should know. Truth is my eyes, a cabin bolt that was shut from the inside. No one could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anybody. Ah, we had to tell me that killer could walk through the walk doors. Yet, it's impossible. He's right. To a certain point, but we found out he is not. Oh, what are you doing? But wait, we have read about this in detective stories. Often tie a thread around the latches so they can open latch and close it from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? Because there's not barn doors? Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as they would expect to find in the modern ships, but with a flimsiest as fuck lock. Yeah, these are watertight doors that we use to inspect any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, not with a gap in sight. No thread or needles or magnets could be used. No, of course not. Thought so too. Mr. Noro suggested it earlier, so... Usa, how could you shift it onto me like that? I didn't say that too. Mr. Nostradamus' valid point, a cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see traces of that method that have been used before. I don't believe it. Yes, we do. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo? You know what I mean. We shut the bolt from the cabin from the outside? Yes, we do. I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Oh, yes, to bring the mine? Yes. You didn't know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so do you. So should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed, we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? All the signs that the method was used to slide the cabin door from the outside. The bookcase.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See all the books and things are toppled over? This was stopped at when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. Very powerful vessel after all. The engines are thrown in reverse as violently jolt across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. Believe... Yes, that knows happens as force of inertia acting on objects. Is there nothing Suzano doesn't know about? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that has pushed all these books from the bookcase made something else in the cabin move. The bolt to the cabin door. Aha. It's very obvious after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, someone there. Shout to be the assistance. That sounds like... Spectre Osanaga. Oh yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made out of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night Mr. Osagi was killed? SS Bria made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought I looked a little odd. All the books were in the shelves were toppled over and all the ornaments. It's almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? That's when we came into this cabin. We were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Osaki's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? You're out of your mind? You say Bria made an emergency stop? Seems a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone with an emergency engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. The ship's log. You're forgetting the button on the passageway outside. To trigger the emergency alarm. Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice there, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. Darkness and the fog is dense. The captain cannot afford to rely on his eyes for the lookout alone. It's a placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. That sort of button is one is almost compelled to press to satisfy. You pressed the fucking button, didn't you? How are you shifting his eyes? Wait, it was you. When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed as a little earlier today. Through. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. No. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Sounds almost proud of himself. He wasn't kidding, it was his fault. How dare you mess with ship? Report you to Captain, you're in trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can be waited until later. Oh, stop at the couch. Stop. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When a vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. Stop. So, we must now consider. Stop. Like, you tell her to do something, not to do something, and she immediately goes back to fucking doing it again. Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asagi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? Well, everyone's head hurt, so I guess everyone's head hit the headboard. You are idiots. Bria is a huge ship with many passengers. You make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? There'll be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea. Really? Stop with the couch. Stop. What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Well, it's theory that some emergency gripped this ship. Stop. The ship's log.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, this is correct. Why? Stop with the couch. Stop. Now you're in 5-minute timeout with me. The ship's log here. Will there be recorded details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That's mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it on top of the makeshift bureau in the passageway over there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into care to mine and return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that in normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That's... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would have normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp. Creature habit. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened aboard the SS Bruya. Something sufficiently significant that you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop speaking rubbish! Talking rubbish. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as emergency stop had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. Oh, you did notice your headaches. It's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we all experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently that the alarm bell was so loud, I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. I did. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all suffered with it. Yep. Oh, yes, I have had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I, or anyone else. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. You all been afflicted, haven't you? As just as I suspected. That's right, my head's been throbbing all day too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And those handcuffs were put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when that was happening to me? You all have a concussion. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You were aboard this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Yeah. Well, yeah, sorry. A stowaway's class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. And you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken that was served yesterday evening, I take it. Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. You're almost done. No nails. You're almost done. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is it relevant? Calm down. My dear fellow, does it not strike you? Go play. 5-minute timeout or a half hour in the box. Being carried for 5 minutes upside down or the box for half an hour to an hour. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? Meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with? Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber for those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one will notice the ship's emergency stop? Sir Hodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? Eh? Sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. ... If you refuse to talk, there will be inquiry made throughout the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself will be hauled over the coals. Autosave. For aiding and abetting a renegade. ... Please, no more. I will tell her everything. They stop for her, eh? Can I make problems like this for everyone anymore? How the crew knows that she's a woman? These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. And we all agreed to help, everyone together. So she threw everything away, her fame of the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You were right. We put a sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't know I was chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Da, we could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Talk about a heavy seasoning. At night, the waters near Shanghai, we brought our angels on board. She was up by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. All the passengers at Bria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical efforts of the summer-induced potion in their evening meals that contain. So, if that's what happened, the original people awake in the ship last night, only people awake were last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock the Kazuma's door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and that would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. Or she would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all the passengers are already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of the passengers would have habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyways. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. Summary, in order to fasten the bolt of the single cabin door on the ship, culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Dot 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 dot. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone left a message of Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone tried desperately to hide the broken glass fragments and would reveal the culprit's identity. It was you, Stroganoff. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know any of this. I was just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. I am a sailor, and sailors do not listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors mean we only trust what we see with our eyes. Alright, emergency stop time. A laudable trait. What? Nani? Quite the same disposition, a good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of the guilt in the wind? What accusatory cry of the guilt in the wind? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I'll press the button. Believe the time has come for one final long logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruto, for assistance, if you please? What exactly, Mr. Sholmes? Observation, my dear fellow, just as I said. The two caveats. Observation. Remember, Mr. Naruto, we know somebody who tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? Two per caveat. Provocators. Someone tried to fabricate evidence, do we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asagi's death. What we're looking for is a trace of evidence that one of these two things happened. So I see you're delightful quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I see what I can see. So you're looking for trace evidence that shows someone else was there last time when Kazuma died. Her left ear. It says the petite ears among that beautiful hair, like pink shells. What's that? Something dangling in her ear. Earrings. Looks like it's made from wood. Yeah, we already saw that before. Her right ear. Wait, whoa. This is the petite ears on beautiful hair. What's this? There's something attached to her ear. I expect that's what's called an earring. Part of it's missing. Maybe it broke off. The clasp that attaches it to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. The sailor's hat. Have you ever noticed that something is so new about Seaman Stroganoff's hat? Oh? Oh no, sadly not. Just thinking that if only we had found it in Kazuma's cabin, it would have been so easy. It's true, a drop of hat dropped at the scene would have been rather conclusive evidence. Ah, that's the point. I'm sure I saw your universal uniform hat on that scene somewhere. That's not a point, at least. That's not one I'd like you to make. His nose. What's this? Ah, this is evidence right here. That's what we're looking for. Oh, look at this. Some kind of stain. It's a unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Looks like look at the color too. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
I like this form of presenting. Ink stain. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Oh yes, I don't know where it came from. That dirt came from. Dirt, huh? Nothing particular comes to mind about this stain. What are you trying to say? Well, it appears that the significance of the stain has been escaped your attention, Seaman. It's to make it plain. Very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. Then it made it clear. Indeed it is. So Mr. Naruhodo is present at the evidence that proves it. Alright then. The evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform is right there.
Yes!
Crime scene photograph. Yes, this is the photograph. And the ink it shows will cause a stain on your uniform. Ink. Rather unusual color, that ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops, at last. And now you see the significance. Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. See on the back of your uniform is the ink of the exact same color. The ink had been dry, it would possibly been stained on your uniform that way. Which means he must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student cabin to make it look like a wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Booyah do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one suspect our angel. Beef, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talk. I was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passenger. Our angel came to me. She was white like a sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. And though the cabin number 1 was open, look inside. I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? Nani happened here? ... Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened that cabin that night is like Angel told you. Kid escaped through ventilator to Mr. Osagi cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Sprolova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find the occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried that when she heard sound of something fall on the floor, that's when she went to look. No, Angel? ... The door was not locked, so she opened it to look, and you already know what happened after. ... There's just one thing. You wouldn't mind? What? Nani? When you went to Mr. Osagi's cabin, Miss Parlova, was he already dead? Why? I told you. I opened doors to the cabin, and I looked inside, I'm asking Miss Parlova. Well, Miss Parlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him and it was dark. He was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So that's finally it now. We discovered the real truth of Kazuma's death, at least. Something really nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. It's a photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. The unfortunate incident precipitated these events. A kitten which the victim stumbled. However, if these are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. Really now? Yeah, it's time for me to get ready now. I want to finish this. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? Oh, well, if Kazuma tripped and fell by some stroke of bad luck and broke his neck, which part of his forehead seems unnatural? That bad? I think it's that bad.
Yes!
Must be here, surely. Let me offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, dear fellow. When noticing a critical point, it can't be helped to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be quite useful equally helpful to use them. Sorry. Playing with someone is unnatural, isn't it? For now, underneath his fingertips, surely. Particularly crass details orchestrated by the culprit, no. I mean, to identify another point. Imagine you're losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has one of your hands? Like that sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity, it should be an easy task. Why do I?
Yes.
It's closed hand, yeah, that's true. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist doesn't seem right. That's exactly the same thought that occurred to me. In the fall was it to open palms flat. Here we see the victim had let hand ball into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though you were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, did you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. I keep you in suspense. Ah. This is what I found. Bless you. Ah, the other earring. Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. Crescent moon. Very pretty, but what does it tell us? Tell us nothing. I'm not so sure the crescent moon looks. It looks familiar somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruto. This is the key. What? Proof is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in his clenched fist? It's the final clue, last piece of the puzzle. What does this crescent moon mean? Significance. Observe. Answer your own eyes. I really like the new, like, I can see like how the basis of a lot of the investigation, because you can actually like actively look at things. His hat, and it's the same speech from before. So like you can actually investigate, like if you're trying to find a specific clue, more your left ear, which is the full one. Yeah, it's the earring. Wait, look. There can be no doubt now. And then the right ear. Beautiful hair, pink shells. What's that? And then
Yes.
present. Yes, Pavlova, I noticed on one of your ears. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The pink little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Yeah? What? But look at your other ear. That's the crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there can only be one logical conclusion. It was not an accident. Would you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes. It's Pavlova. Josagi must have grasped your crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just a moment before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Josagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell in your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length for him. Dot. The question is, why did Mr. Jossagi do that? He pulled your earring out the ear and hold it clenched in his fist during his final moments. Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Cosmo? final truth. Think about everything that happened yesterday. It was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb into this huge ship, and then, when I was last in my cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darga, wait! Couldn't believe when she disappeared through the ventilator. Tried to call her with a little whistle, tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. I'm at the end, so I want to get ready. It's literally the very last portion. Darka would not come back. Knock, knock. Clunk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Even there's no freaking wind inside, like, oh yeah, that band is still waving. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? Sure, I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah! Ah, of course, you're Nikolina Parlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. Alright, let me stop when he said that. You knew who I was. How could this man from a land far east know a Russian ballerina? Russia's not far from Japan. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? Sure, I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you're a runaway. Please keep my secret and don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's gonna pull the cord. He's gonna get the captain. I think I could trust him. And then it happened. Everything at once. Only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down on the man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. Nope, she murdered him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Well, now we owe you no favors. That's when you went to fetch help. Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. Nina cried out and a thud on the floor, and so I ran to her. She was standing in the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help him, Biff. Help me, Biff. If they find out, I'll be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did. So no one suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went to the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. Then I found a stowaway. Wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. Close wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sasuro-san started to believe me when I was innocent. Drag young man's body to a good place and use ink to spill Florida right. Perhaps he was thinking of looking up something. I gotta talk to Miss Parlova and make him Pillow Perfectionist. That's a specific trophy. Really? They have another one about ladders and step ladders? Jesus, there's so many damn trophies. Identified all mannerisms of victims' hat. 3. Some of you seem oddly specific. That are taking Miss Parlova that actually made him particularly tired. What was he looking at? On the belt cord. So Miss Parlova thought he was going to coldly ignore her request and go pull the cord. Knew that he'd never done something like that. Sure of it. The wardrobe. The wardrobe, my wardrobe. I sleep soundly, too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken and lace with the sleeping dog. He ate double dosing. Woken me up. This tragedy would never happen. That's 100%.
Take that!
Take that, bitch. Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked like as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Sorry, I had a family call, so we're at the end right now. Yes, however, well, it was directly beside the bell cord. The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? This man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Yeah. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Saki's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Saki intended to consult his close friend in the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no, you murdered him for nothing. Sadly, we could not know the truth for certain now. It's a bit too late for that. I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Osaki was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, you're going to jail. Thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. And you did it on purpose. And you will never forget that. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry, too fucking late now. Please, I'm so sorry. What have I done? Cold-bloodedly murdered someone. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Parlova now then? Pavlova. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to British police in Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Will the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak on the immigration office to sort all that out. So Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return to the future, I doubt she would even be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. That's not how countries typically work. You could just move, you know. I see. Sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. Wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. How you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I'll give myself to British police. It's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Parlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you'll lead the pack now. You'll arrive Hong Kong tomorrow. Much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. They didn't stow away after all. Didn't expect anything different. So you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began. For now. To think the only matter of days, Cosmo and I were laughing together and we would tear up the streets in London. It's like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susano-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Susano just told me I should go pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life is over just like that. Susano-san. Come on. These things are so long. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams, and now they've become cruelly taken away. Just as he has. That I could never forgive the person responsible. But now, we now know the truth, and that was just an accident. It was not an accident. She pushed him. It's a series of mishaps. It's just too much, Naruhodo-san. Just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Spectre. My deal was to see Asagi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And it caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. Let everyone down. I'll do anything to make up for that terrible blunder. I'm gonna blame you, Inspector. Eat. I am free now again. Wait, what? Ah. What the fuck, man? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Nani? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Well, time to choke the life out of you. Sorry, I decided to restore him. For old time's sake, shall we say you're a stowaway after all? Nah. Just kick him in the nuts. He still thinks this is funny. Punch him in the face, choke him out a little bit. Not until he dies, but, you know, a little. Mr. Sholmes. We appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. No, not at all. Though it's a little late, I may offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. Hope you do find to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. Afraid that won't be possible. Shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back. I mean, I was a stowaway. But she was going to help him. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice for both Great Britain and Japan. Department of Justice for studying, right. To be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be. Like Mr. Sagi's unfortunate death. Afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. Dear fellows, the majority of your problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is 1 lawyer and the study tour can continue, right? There's no one else with necessary qualifications, Mr. Holmes. We know no other lawyers. I'm standing right here. Qualifications, you say? Qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but... Anyways, the voyage to London still promises a good month in time. I would say to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. He's suggesting I become qualified, Miss Susato. Yes. Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Oh, I was right. You defended yourself. You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I must for study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruto? It's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting that somebody can learn that much in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Working my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Let me try. By the time I reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer. I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Cosmo. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I'll become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Finally, you actually smiled for once. Thank you. So, what does our respectable inspector friend say? He's serious. One's a lawyer and one lawyer, one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. This madness. Yeah, fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence we must all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. Matters is his character. No? Are you witness ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes? From the early hours this morning until this very moment now. By contending with the passing of his close companion despite all the accusation of guilt. Again. This man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. Think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. We discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Because it worked out so well last time. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto? Yes, if I'm gonna try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything that I need to become a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Look at that smile. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-san would have wanted. He would have. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword and has been in a Soggy clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Sasuto. Seems I've been working together for some time yet. Be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shall grant you a single minute of freedom. After wasting 2 weeks already, shall give every spare moment of study. Yes, exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you two. Goodness, what is it? Nani is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. You owe me 5 times. You owe me 5. What, Nani? Should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-san's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious for me from the start. But not suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. No, honestly, you're owed that shame shit. You just found out about me stolen away and the cabin door was locked. No, I'll let you make excuses for me. Circumstances, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, but 5 times. I told you 5 fucking times. 5 fucking times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? But it was 5 times. Please, you must. Take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never been thrown at anyone in my life. Throw her on the bed. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Mr. Sholmes, this is a private matter. I observed your drawing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? Presume that you would be formed in Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, it's our own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. I think it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming. Believe me. I'll be guiding. Practitioner of combative arts myself. I am somewhat an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. He just punched her in the face. Whoa. Wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'll be honored. Throw his ass on the floor right now. Then let's not dally. Demonstrate, my dear Mano. Oh, of course, and she's gonna throw me instead. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? 6. 6 fucking times. So you can see you throw from the abdomen. Yes, it's arresting indeed. That's what the term of the Susato taken, is it? Actually, no, that's what was the Susato squash. My groggy state of consciousness, seen from the evenings recently spent with Kazuma's flickered into my mind. The story is so long, but it's still Karuma. That's right, it's a prized sword that has been passed down from generation to the Sagi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. Taking a katana on a study tour is more like a regular than irregular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, for you, Suke. Can't be parted with my katana. Kurama guides me. But I believe that. So his name compels the wielder to slice the evil in two. Is not That's not... You need so much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. Appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through with you to the end. And with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. And it's midnight. That important thing that he had to do. I still don't know what it was. Snake is no more. But I'm gonna see it to the place myself and work it out. Great Britain's capital, London. And finally, episode 2 done, or case 2 done. Crash course candidate. There's 10 chapters, so at least this has like 20 saves, it seems like. Adventure of the Runaway Room. Alright, now we're finally fucking done. Thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for spending time. Thank you, MVG, for the retweet and Extra Life for your nice comments. Alright. Be sure to check out my socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes or read the random stuff I post. And let's see who's on the raid. I know 10 Letters was on. Oh, he's not on. Oh, he's still on. Pen Letters or Mantello?